Everyone, just a heads up.
Please. Of information, and now this is the bringing it together. We've done our best to construct a process with lots of little parts to hopefully provide different kinds of opportunities to do that, and we'll talk more about what that'll look like a little bit later, the final product and kind of the steps to get there. But suffice it to say, this world is your oyster, to make of it what you will. Um, and today is going to jump straight in, like almost right off the bat, after a little bit of reflection and moment to just chat about things you've discovered the previous few weeks or thoughts you've had. I want to say a big welcome to folks in the gallery, visitors. You might notice there's going to be probably quite a few more people here this weekend than last weekend. Ramin and Laura and others have been working to invite folks from all over the place, as far away as I think Hungary, and as close as other counties in Colorado. So this is cool, and folks want to see what you all are doing. So a warm welcome to you all. And please let us know. Incidentally, as always, the process belongs to you all as much as absolutely possible. And if anything is feeling uncomfortable with regard to visitors or media, as always, please talk to us. Or anything else for that matter, anything we can do to accommodate, make it more comfortable. There are a few more flowers on the table, brighter. And we've implemented a little music at the beginning and end of the day. There's a few little things. let's see, just a note on where we're at in the process. As I mentioned, like last week was a lot about this sort of information gathering, just tons, the fire hose of information, really. Some time to collect it and brainstorm, work on these values and different ideas, but it was pretty, a little all over the place, a little brainstormy. There was some prioritizing right at the end, and you'll see the results of that in a printout, which I believe you all have in front of you, how folks voted on those different ideas at the end of that weekend. But those, as you may remember, are pretty loose. Some of them were sort of individual items, some of them were very complete kind of proposals. This weekend, you're going to be picking them apart and then putting them back together again to form this sort of cohesive vision as a single assembly, with the caveat that there will be room tomorrow for folks to break off and write minority reports if you really disagree with the direction that the assembly is going. That's always a possibility, and there'll be time for that. We will ask that you remain with the whole assembly and keep working on sort of the majority report first, but then just know that that time will be available if you feel the need to break off. So throughout this weekend, you'll be working toward that cohesive vision, but we're still in information gathering. Today will be a lot of folks coming forward based on your information requests that you prioritized last weekend. Lauren will say more about that. And then you'll move into identifying these sort of pieces of what will become the final report, nominating the things that you feel are absolutely most important must-haves, and or things that you feel you can sense a broad level of agreement around on the assembly. And that's kind of the qualities that you'll be looking for as far as these items that will make up the final report. We'll talk a lot more about that later. And then you'll start to work through those items later in the day, and then have a moment at the end of the day today to sort of step back to 10,000 feet and think about the whole property and what the whole vision might look like. Okay, with that, Lauren, do you want to talk?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. It's good to see you all again. It feels like it's been forever, and also feels like it's been just 2 days. So in front of you, you have the prioritized list of the idea sheets from last weekend, first weekend, not last weekend. And it shows where everything fell, and according to your voting and your prioritization, you're not beholden to anything on that list, but it will give you a clear idea of where the assembly stands, where support is lying currently, and something to reflect upon as we move into these next phases. You'll also see that you have a prioritized list of the information requests. So we took your information requests, and alongside the information committee, we worked our way down and we invited everybody that we could. I don't think there's a single name on there that we didn't reach out to. And everybody who could make it is here. We did notice that the requests all seem to fall into 4 areas, and that was the city of Fort Collins, things that were more specific to their expertise or specific to the ballot measure, ecology and wildlife, requests for the Indigenous community and their insight and expertise, and then kind of a combination of multi-use and park planning. So you're going to be moving into working groups later with people representing each of those panels, and you'll have time to work with every single one of those panelists who's going to be visiting with us today. So first, we are going to hear from the city. We've got a small little panel of the city folk. They're going to answer some of the basic questions that you had from last weekend and go over the FAQ that's in front of you. And then we'll hear a little bit from a park design expert. But before we get into that, we are just going to have a little bit of time to check in with each other and do a little pair share. So we're curious, what came up for you over the weekend? Did you learn anything new? Did you realize anything new? Did you have any really strong questions come up? Or is there anything when you're coming in this morning that you're especially curious about? So I ask you to turn to your neighbor and take about 5 minutes to just chat about these last few weeks and anything that you've learned and what you're coming in with today. Okay. Thanks, everyone. One quick thing before I forget, before we hear from you all, we have a bunch of fidget toys, little poppets and boppets and whatever. Some people find them really helpful, and we've had them and we just keep forgetting to put them out. So if you would like one, let us know, and we'll probably scatter some around the tables later on. We would love to hear from you all. So I'm curious, we can just popcorn out. Feel free to turn your table tent on the side if you don't want to raise your hand, and we'll put your name on the board and work our way down the list. But yeah, what came up over the weekend, or what's really sticking with you right now?
Sorry, gotta get used to this again. Good morning, all. So we kind of just discussed, we admittedly took a break from it, and it's kind of a pump and dump where like we've been restarting the last day or so. Lucy asked if I had visited the site since then. I had not. I mean, I've been out there many times over the years, but I did not reconnect to it during the 3 weeks off. And then we also discussed the conversations we had. It's not something we're advertising that we're doing, but we definitely had some potent one-on-one conversations with coworkers and friends and family members, and just kind of discussing the process and potential ideas they had, and just kind of getting a small gathering information from them anecdotally. And so that's kind of the summary of our experiences the last few weeks.
Thank you. Benjamin?
Hi. I, like so many of you as well, had some questions. So I reached out to Tammy, the executive director for the Bird Conservancy, tried to just get some more clarification on how exactly the ownership would work if they were to be able to have their center. And I did confirm that they would not seek to own any of the land. It would solely be a lease. Ownership is not their current business model. That's not how they operate. So I just wanted to kind of present that to everyone, because I know that there was a lot of concerns there. And I think that leasing is absolutely in line with the ballot measure. I don't see anything in the language that prohibits that.
Thank you. Colin?
Hey guys. I went out to the site a few times since our last gathering and engaged with people that were using the site at the time. And the main response that I think I got generally was that the people that were there wanted to keep the site as is, because they wanted to continue to be able to walk their dogs off leash without having to go to a dog park. Almost without exception. I personally observed, and her and I were just discussing this, one pretty close to a dog fight. I used to be a dog trainer. I know it when I see it. I also saw droppings that were not being recovered out there. So that was impactful for me. But I did detect awareness of the process that we are all engaging in together. People know about what we're doing. People are passionate about the site, and they have questions. So I was very refreshed to know that our city is watching us. They care. And that was refreshing to me.
Thank you. And Mike?
First off, I would like to thank Lucy for sending out the missile that she sent.
Mike, could you bring the mic a little bit closer to you?
I wanted to thank Lucy for sending out the little missile that she did. I thought that was very helpful. I've been to this site many times, not many times, but quite a few times before. But I went up twice since then with a different set of eyes. And that was kind of neat to go up there and see, you know, looking at it from a different set of eyes. So thank you, Lucy. That was very nice. When Olive and I were talking, one thing that she brought up, I think is a point we need to think about, is that we keep talking about restoring it to its original form or its original, or what it used to be. The question came up, what is that original form? And how has that been impacted by climate change and other things? For example, some things that would grow or exist there many, many years ago may not do that anymore. So I think we need to be aware of restoring it to a very viable, positive thing.
Thank you. Anyone else? Peter?
So one of the things I did, I live right near there, so I ride by the west side of it a lot, but I took my bike and rode through it. And one of the things that struck me is how big it is. And you know, it took me a little while, even with a pretty good bike, to roam went on the north edge all the way to the wall, and then down, and then back through the middle, just on the north side of the Frisbee golf area. And there's a lot of property there. And I also, so I guess I saw it as opportunities for, you know, for doing different things.
Thanks, Peter. And Benjamin, probably our last one.
I also reached out to a local company called High Plains Environmental Center. They do like native habitat restoration, and they did like a site assessment that they emailed over to me, and I talked to the delegate or the Healthy Democracy, and they're going to be emailing it out to everybody as well. And it just provides some additional information on like native plants and like restoration requirements, basically like what would need to be done to restore the land.
Awesome. Thank you all. It's so interesting to hear how different people's approaches are in these processes and their learning styles. So thank you for sharing. And now, like Lynn said, we've got a little bit more information gathering to do. So I'm going to invite up this city panel. I'll let them introduce themselves. They're going to have 20 minutes to speak and to answer some of your questions from last weekend, and then we'll have 10 minutes for Q&A with those folks, and then we will hear from the park design expert, Angela, and she will not have time for Q&A. She'll be speaking for 20 minutes, but she is going to be in the working groups with you later, so you'll have a chance to ask her questions then. Sound good? Yes, we need pens. We'll find pens.
Oh no, that's not Dean General. Hi everyone, I'm Sylvia Tatman-Burris. You may have seen me at the first weekend. I'm a policy and project manager in the city manager's office, and just here, I can sort of answer some general questions today regarding sort of city processes and things like that, but also things to do with general sort of transportation, some planning, and a little bit of parks. There will be a parks representative with you this afternoon, and so you can ask more detailed questions at that point. And then I am joined by Dean Klinger. He's the Director of Community Services, and then Katie Donahue, who is our Director of Natural Areas. So I'm actually going to turn it over to Katie to explain a little bit more of her background and context.
Sure. Hello again, everyone. Katie Donahue. I was here with you last time. We talked a little bit about natural areas management, how it's different from parks. And I have, whenever we're ready for it, I have just a couple. I gathered some themes from your questions. You have an FAQ document of a lot of the questions we've been getting, both from you and from the public, that I think went into your packet. We've gotten a lot of questions from interested parties, so there's some stuff in there that you may not recognize as questions you asked, but it's things that have been asked about the situation. And then, I don't know. So we can talk about that, or I don't know, Dean, if you want to kick off too. Or...
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Dean Klingner, I'm the Community Services Director at the city. Usually when I say that, folks don't know what that means. So that's a service area in the city that includes our natural area department. So Katie's one of my, works for me, and then our parks department, including our park planning, Joe Wirtz, who'll be here this afternoon. And then recreation and cultural services are in our service area too. So, I've been at the city, working at the city for over 25 years. So generally speaking, happy to provide any context that I can provide for you all. That would just maybe just start here too of like, I hope you guys are hearing this, but just thanks to you all. I just want to make sure you hear that from the organization. It's a really cool commitment that you all have been willing to make. So just on behalf of my service area, thanks for doing this. The other piece that I've been pretty involved in our bike feasibility study. So I saw a question come forward there. I'm happy to give context around that. I saw some questions around sort of how do we sometimes fund bigger projects through partnerships, like the Whitewater Park was an example of that. So those are a couple of questions I'm aware of, but obviously trying to give the background so that anything else you all have that I might be able to help with, I'm happy to share.
So can I just offer, Katie, if you just want to, because I haven't had a chance to look over the questions.
Yeah.
So if you want to go through those.
Yeah, so I'm going to give you just an abbreviated version of themes. There's more in the document, and I will be here also this afternoon for more in-depth conversation. But so there were a couple of themes that we heard. I think difference between a park and a natural area and what's allowed there is one thing that I think is important. We talked a little bit about it last time, but I think it's good to talk about it again. Parks are really people oriented. They tend to have more infrastructure. One of the things I think that's come up quite a bit is gatherings, whether it's for the Indigenous community or others. In the way we typically manage community services properties, parks are the place where we have people gatherings. Natural areas are really managed more about habitat, and we allow people access to those areas. But for things like large gatherings or large events, those are things that you would not see typically in a natural area. We also tend to have a lot less infrastructure. So you're going to see a much more natural experience. A lot, like we talked about the difference between toilets. Like we have pit toilets, they have flush toilets. That's like one real obvious change. They have paved parking lots. We tend to have dirt parking lots. All over town, we have natural areas and parks adjoining one another. So you'll have experienced, as you've moved through the community, you'll have experienced both in one day in a lot of places, and sometimes you can't tell the difference. But there is definitely a difference in how we manage. So to kind of jump from there to one of the other themes, there was a lot of questions about the compatibility of uses, and specifically about natural areas. And I think part of that comes up because, as you all heard, there's a signature gathering campaign to make the entire area a natural area. So it's one of the things that we kind of want to highlight about how that would work and how that would impact what uses are allowed is to talk about like what's compatible. So any of the uses that you all have talked about are compatible adjacent to a natural area. So we have natural areas that are next to major thoroughfares, that are next to parks, that are next to really highly used areas, neighborhoods. We've got tons of them right up next to houses. So the way we manage habitat is impacted by what's next door. And we might have different goals about the quality of habitat or the species that we're targeting, but we adjust to that. And we have natural areas in all kinds of environments, from Soapstone Prairie, which is up by the Wyoming border, and there's very little activity and built infrastructure up there, to places like Red Fox Meadows that are surrounded on 3 sides by apartments and 1 side by a road. So we can work around all kinds of uses. And I just want to make it clear that we don't feel any of the proposed uses are incompatible next to a natural area. In a natural area, it changes the story a little bit. So one of the questions we've gotten is about like things like the disc golf course and the sledding hill that are currently uses on the property. If we were building a natural area from scratch, we would not have those uses in that area. So that type of built infrastructure, that type of cross-country travel is not something that we would allow in our normal course of business. The disc golf course, for example, is really a cross-country use. People are crisscrossing wherever their disc lands, that's where they have to go. For us, that's a big habitat impact. So we would typically try to avoid commingling those uses. Now, we have a natural area right next to a disc golf course in another part of town, and it works great. We work really well with the Parks Department to kind of try to manage having those uses next door to each other. There's definitely challenges, but we can make that work. So that's kind of one of those questions is about that compatibility. And I would say adjacent to a natural area, tons of compatibility. Within a natural area, our mandate is to limit that use a lot more and focus on the habitat development.
Are you okay if I chime in here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, one of the things, I apologize if you all have talked a lot about this, but I think one of the ways that it's really good to think about natural areas, what can be there, what can't be there, is I know you all have spent a lot of time with the ballot language around hues, but the natural areas program is governed by ballot language too. So this is a citizen initiative, a resident initiated ballot measure. And I always just think of the kind of the hierarchy of like, what's like something we have to do as a city, what's something that our council can control as a city, and what's something that's more administrative. So at that highest level, what the community voted for is purchasing lands for the primary purposes of conservation and habitat with recreation as appropriate, and something else about agriculture that I don't know the word exactly, but like just remembering that kind of like when we're asking the question of like, is a disc golf course allowed there? We're down more into like our administrative pieces of this. We might allow it in some certain contexts, but we're going to try to always align that back up to saying, if we used this money to buy this property, is it fundamentally meeting this use around conservation, habitat, recreation as appropriate? So recreation is definitely allowed, but this is kind of what Katie is saying. It's a fundamentally different thing than a park. So
yeah.
If I got any of that wrong, Katie,
no, that's perfect. That's really well said, Dean. Yeah, and I think like the stormwater detention that already exists there is kind of an interesting one. We actually have a partnership with stormwater all over town. So Red Fox Meadows is probably the best example of that, where you see stormwater infrastructure. Puente Verde is another one where we're working with stormwater to build infrastructure, and then we do the restoration work kind of around that context. It's interesting because the stormwater and the disc golf course are overlaid there. So it would just be, as Dean mentioned, like complicated administratively to figure that out. And then the other theme that we had a lot of questions about, and it sounds like some folks have done other research, which is great, is about how much cost or effort would it be to restore the property. So we did locate the phase 1 environmental analysis, which is like 280 pages. I did not read it, but someone who loves that stuff read it. It turns out the stadium foundation is not under the property. I think a lot of us were under the impression that some of that material had been left. I will tell you, having walked it twice in the last couple of weeks, there is concrete out there, like chunks, you see them sitting on the ground. So, but in terms of like a big built structure under the surface, we don't believe that the most of that foundation is still there. So that's just a clarification from last time. In the documents that we provided for you all, we actually divided the property into quadrants because the ecological condition is really different depending on where you're standing. The western side of the property, not only is it contiguous to the existing natural areas and that habitat that we're already working on, the habitat conditions are already more similar, and we think the costs for restoration are going to be significantly lower. So we just gave you some ballpark figures in there to kind of give you a sense, but that western side of the property really provides, in its existing condition, a much better connectivity without a ton of work. The eastern side of the property is much more compacted. It's where the parking lots were, and it's where the current other uses are. So that eastern side would cost a lot more to provide restoration. And for us, I think there was a question about what is restoration. We don't try to restore it to a particular snapshot in time. We try to restore it to the healthiest ecosystem we can given the conditions of the area. So that can change a lot depending on where it is, what that ecotype is. For this area, it would look a lot like a lot of the other natural areas that you see in town, where we'd really be doing a lot of weed control. We'd probably be trying to get some brushy type, not just grasses, but brushy plants for habitat features. You actually see a lot of that in the northwest corner. There's a lot of rabbit brush that's come in. So we tried to give you some context there that all parts of the property don't face the same challenges depending on what you're looking at. If you were trying to restore the whole thing, it really varies on what the conditions are in the different parts of the parcel.
Katie, another piece that might be good is not as much around restoration, but I just heard the comment around dogs and dogs off leash. We know that's a demand in our community, a desire. It's a good kind of framing for natural areas where we have several, I want to say 3 or 4 natural areas where no dogs are allowed. And we don't have anywhere you could have a dog off leash. And so when you think about that goal around habitat or conservation, having a dog run off a leash is a very hard use to be compatible there. So that's just one of those ones where as a natural area, that probably would be one of the earliest things that would need to change to align back up. Some of those other parts might be more flexible over time.
And we do have parks where there are areas, designated areas where dogs are off leash. Dogs are currently not allowed off leash anywhere on the property, and we absolutely are aware that that is a pretty common use. With natural areas, that would be one of our first onboarding priorities, is to change that behavior. So whatever portion got designated as a natural area, we might not start the restoration piece right away, but we would absolutely start enforcing natural areas code to help people start getting used to the idea that the area is being managed differently. So whether that's all or part of the property.
I just want to make sure I say we're not anti-dog. We love dogs.
Yeah, we love that.
Don't get the wrong idea.
We made friends with a lovely dog yesterday morning. It was not under voice control.
So Dean, do you want to quickly talk about the Whitewater Park funding piece of it? Because that question gets
Yep.
brought up a lot.
Yeah, you all could help me. I guess if it's okay for you all to chime in, I don't know for sure the facilitation, but I would appreciate if you're all like, hey, that's not making sense. Ask a clarifying question or something else. But the context that I heard the Whitewater Park in was, how was it funded? How did the city, how did community contributions contribute to making a project there? So if you're not familiar with our Whitewater Park, it's one of our it's a gem of Fort Collins. It's a really, I think it's a really good example of taking different, so this was natural areas was a partner in that project of what does it look like to restore some parts of the river. Stormwater was a part of that project to say, how do we keep the community safe from flooding? And recreation was a part of that piece of how can people be in the water, recreating and enjoying the water. So not perfect, of course, but a really good example of bringing forward multi-uses, and the funding came from different sources within the city in those areas, and the community was a really key component of fundraising on that project. So in the context of Hughes, I think what I would say about the Whitewater Park that's kind of an example of some things that are being talked about in Hughes is the Whitewater Park is not a standard park. We don't have them in every neighborhood. We don't have them across the city. We don't have a sort of master plan to build out Whitewater Parks, or even that one. It's a singular idea that came out for a singular place. And definitely, and then the city is able to react in that situation and say, okay, we understand the community desire for a park like this. Let's figure out a sort of one-off. And these aren't. It's not like a Whitewater Park is not existing in a lot of other communities. There are examples. So I think there's a similarity to different kinds of uses at Hughes, but maybe in particular the bike park proposal. So this is kind of we've been using the term neighborhood scale bike parks versus a community scale bike park. So folks might be familiar that we have, a pump track in a park or a little skills set that serve that neighborhood, but we don't have something that would be community-wide. And so from our point of view, when we hear folks asking about a bike park, we're thinking about it maybe in the context of a Whitewater Park. How would this serve the whole community? How could it be a combination funding source? And then I think also those ideas of how is it not just a singular use? How do we start to meet different objectives? So I think certainly a conversation around a Whitewater Park that said, how could you also meet some restoration objectives or minimize impacts or those other things would be a good conversation there. So just to say in general, we could provide a lot of information around the bike park around specific funding sources, but in a really general sense, the city had a contribution from our quarter-cent sales tax, so capital tax. Some different departments made contributions like natural area and stormwater, and then the community fundraised, 7 figures or more there too. So does that get to that question? around where it came from?
Yeah, I think that question was a little bit from me. And so, yeah, no, that helps. I guess while we're on that, if you don't mind, I also kind of asked the question in the feasibility study, the bike park feasibility, there was a set of ranked, or no, sorry, not ranked, a set, there was like 8 potential places. And I understand that you shouldn't talk about what those other ones are since the city doesn't own them yet.
Right.
And wondered where in the various metrics you use, where Hughes fit in that priority ranking, if that's something you can talk to.
Yeah, so I just saw timing cue, so I'll try to do this as quick as possible, but if we need to come back to it, we can too. But yeah, so the bike park feasibility sounds like you also have some grounding here. So it's kind of good to remember this is sort of a situation where we don't have a master plan identifying a park like this. It's a community idea. And so feasibility study is really in an early stage where we're not saying, hey, we've got funding or we don't have a site, and we actually don't even know the scope of a project. So that feasibility study was starting to think about what could a bike park be. And when you look at examples in Colorado or nationwide, a bike park could be 5 acres, a bike park could be 10 acres, a bike park could be 40 acres, like Valmont, if you're familiar. So we got folks that are really interested in a bike park to start helping talk to us about what are the characteristics of a bike park that they would want, what does the community need around that, what size could it be, what's a rough idea of a cost. And so just in a really generic sense, what are the sites from a sort of land point of view, what characteristics do you want for a bike park? And you can imagine some things that come out of that, like it's nice to have some natural grade so that you have a gravity element of it. And then there are things that come out of that that are really subjective, like what do you want it to be near? Do you want it to be near your natural trail network, or do you want it to be near hotels and restaurants and accessible by more people? Do you want it to be on your trail network? And so when we sort of describe how Hughes does, I think it's just good to acknowledge that some of that criteria is subjective. There's no just sort of like, yes, we want it in this place. It's more like, well, it will be a different thing if you put it more closer to the center of town or on the fringe of town. So again, I'm glad you just recognize this idea of like when we're looking at a feasibility study, we're studying actual parcels that are owned by other people's, where we're not talking to those landowners. We don't even know if they're for sale. So we're very careful about disclosing any particulars about those other sites. So in the context of Hughes, what I think we can say really confidently, which is not, probably shouldn't surprise anybody, but it is a very feasible site for a bike park. It has the size, it has the grade, and the city owns it. So those components come up. That I think it's also just good to say that that bike park feasibility study helped us understand that there are many sites in Fort Collins that could meet some set of that criteria. None of them exactly the same as Hughes would, and right now none of the rest that we own, which is a really big difference. So that's a little bit of a non-answer, but I do think it's good to just make sure of like the city would not lose the opportunity forever to build a bike park if we didn't do it here. And together, this is a very good site for it from a site point of view. And just to be as clear as we can, from my point of view for community services, the city doesn't have a opinion about this, right? We will react to the community about where they think it should go. Does that get to the heart of that question? And probably use the full 3 minutes there. Oh, I got a minute to go.
So is there anything else you
for
want
Q&A, right?
So anything else you guys want to cover? And so one thing I'll add just about the funding piece, a question that at least came up in the first weekend was like there hasn't been funding that's been identified, right? So how does that work in terms of like other projects? So with Whitewater, with Southeast Community Center, and if you can repeat my question because I'm not speaking to it.
Yeah, thanks, Rupa. The question was kind of like, what happens when we've got community conversation about a project that has no identified funding source? And I would say, so this is why I'm sort of differentiating to sort of like where we use master planning and we say, hey, every square mile in Fort Collins is going to get a park. We're going to charge an impact fee on development. We've got a plan and it gets implemented almost operationally. And then when we have these one-off projects, you know, the starting point normally is our community comes forward and says, hey, what if we had a museum of discovery? What if we had a whitewater park? What if we had a gardens on Spring Creek? These projects have all come from that kind of idea. And so as quick as I can here, I just say, it is very typical that we will get a community-based idea with no funding source to start with. And we have so this is sort of like, we don't know how we would fund it. And we have a great history of working together with the community to fund things like this. So it's sort of like that mix of like, you know, I would speak for this group. I don't think this group needs to figure out how to fund something. And I would say, if you were asking us, to say, is something that's a $75 million project on that project feasible? We might be like, ooh, we don't have a history of doing that. Saying, hey, is a $5 or $10 million project that the community has broad support for? We have a good history of working together to find ways to do that.
So I think we have 10 minutes for Q&A, is that right, Lynn?
Okay. This is not working. Okay, Pear, I see a question.
I'm wondering about city required infrastructure, say for a passive park in a particular neighborhood. Is there requirements for lighting, parking, sanitary facilities, those things, as versus a natural area?
Let me take a crack at that, and this is a good one where Jill Wirtz will be here this afternoon, who manages our park planning department. But I think the answer to that question is almost in the way you asked it, right? So where does a park fall on the realm of passive to active? So we actually have parks that have turf grass and other things, but they don't have a playground. They would have a very low parking demand. Most people might walk to them compared to a community park that might have a very specific site question, depending on what you're putting there, how many people might need to drive to that park, how many facilities would there be. So in general, if you're familiar with natural areas in town that have trails, it's pretty typical that they need a parking lot and a restroom. If you're familiar with our parks, you can kind of picture the same sort of area, like Katie mentioned Red Fox Meadows. Do you know the acreage of that? 15 acres, I'm just wildly guessing. The parking lot would be smaller than an equivalent size park, for example. So you could just sort of scale that infrastructure with the sort of like amount of people that would be driven there to use it.
So the reason I said passive is that an active park has organized sports and would most likely require some lighting for that. So I guess a passive park may be closer to what an open space would be.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me. You're using the term passive park or active park, so that's not a term necessarily that's in our vocabulary, but I would say we typically think about a neighborhood park and a community park. So folks are familiar with Eudora, City Park, Spring Canyon is our community scale parks. They, for the most part, have lit ball fields, but not all of them. Spring Canyon doesn't. So that is a site specific change, but yes, we do have. So I think, again, I would think more around scale than maybe they're all active by definition. If you go to a park, you may be playing, but I do think that can be a site specific consideration particularly around lighting. And again, in Hughes, that is a really important conversation around wildlife or habitat as a trade-off. Right? So I don't think any particular proposal for any kind of park would have to have lighting necessarily, or any, the parking lot and bathrooms are kind of like probably the basic piece where you go up from there in terms of what infrastructure you need. So.
Super. I don't know if this is working, but Krista?
Cool. Hey, speaking of terminology and how we define different vocabulary, I was wondering when I did my homework and read through all of this, what we were told last time that is legally binding, that text, versus the ballot measure that was voted on. There is a one-word difference. It says, for the purpose of using it for parks, recreation, open lands, natural areas, and wildlife rescue and education. Education being the word that was in the legally binding text. And then in the ballot measure, all of that the same, except it said wildlife rescue and restoration. So education versus restoration, they complement each other in conservation, but is there certain definitions that were different that we should know?
So I personally administratively wouldn't be too worried about the difference between those two things. I think like as part of our delivery of an open space program, which we specifically call natural areas in the city, we have funding for providing education around that. So we do that within natural areas already. So even if you just had the words open space, I would assume that we could provide education there, if that makes sense. So I don't necessarily see those things as, because there's such a long list there, and those things encompass a multitude of different activities or things that we would do within them. I don't see that as being exclusive necessarily.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't know if there was limitations based on. Okay, thank you.
Super. Seeing and William. Possible to
So I just mostly wanted to say this is a super valuable document. I mean, the detail in here and the compatible use discussion of the western edge being more consistent with natural areas, if I get that right, and the eastern area being potentially more harder to restore and maybe more potentially right for like a parkish like thing. So, but yeah, the details and costs on restoration I found super valuable. So thanks a lot.
And then I see a question over here as well.
Yes, on the recreation and cultural side, are there parks or spaces in town set aside for Indigenous people to reserve for cultural use?
Yeah, I may start this, but there would be more information than I just have. I think that we see emerging examples of that. I'd say so. I know Claudia's in the back of the room here are from our equity office, where we are gathering that community in a lot of different areas. So our Museum of Discovery is sort of a place where that community is getting together a lot. Our Gardens on Spring Creek has a the name right, but a native garden there where that community is working on planting traditional plants for those communities. Our natural area department has been doing some tribal consultation in different ways where we're bringing folks to a table talking about impacts on projects and where that's happening. So those are all a little bit different examples than having specific access to land. I think the other example, Katie, is seeding, like gathering permits, right, for collecting seeds in natural areas where that generally is not allowed, and we're carving out a way for that native community to do that there. So there are examples that sort of cover that general area. What did it?
I can add some context too. So I would say we've really been working a lot on programming with our Native community partners. Ron Hall, who I think you'll hear from later with the First Peoples Community Center, we have been doing a lot of work in partnership with them and the folks that they are connected with. So we have things like next weekend up at Soapstone, there will be a bison blessing. It's focused on the Native community, but if other folks happen to show up at Soapstone and want to come down and be respectful of the event, like that's wonderful. City permitting is not limited to a specific group. So any group can have an event when they follow the permitting process. And I think that's administratively for us kind of that simple solution of folks can apply for a permit. It has to be permitted in a place where that use would be allowed. And then the plant gathering is another great example where our intent was, and the folks who are asking for it were asking for Indigenous plant collection purposes. But we've actually expanded that to be about educational use. So if someone had a family tradition of using a particular plant, wild asparagus is my favorite one. There is wild asparagus in town. And so we would allow that permit to be used for that, whether it was for a Native American purpose or not. So we're trying to be welcoming and inclusive of those uses without excluding other folks who might have a parallel need. So yeah, I think that's the easiest way to answer it.
All right, super. I'm seeing two more names here. We've just got a couple of minutes, so maybe if we can have sort of short answers on these, we'll get to both folks. Steve.
Thank you. Would you say it's a good idea here to list maybe the features and the purposes, and like, for example, lighting, restrooms, bike trails, accommodations for the hounds, accommodations for raptors, Indigenous purposes, to make a list of all of these things and then try and implement as many as possible and identify which ones are conflicting? Is that a good way to go forward, or what do you think?
Yeah, I guess I would just say, I think I'd just say, like, I think of my role here as to help you guys understand how the city might implement what you all come up with, and not as much to to say what we think is a good idea or how you might think about it. So that's a non-answer, I realize, but I would just say, just trying to recognize the process of you all really deliberating versus what I might think or the city might think.
For that, and finally, Lucy.
Is it possible to have a dedicated ceremonial site for Indigenous uses only on a parks or open lands space? We heard some desires for that, and just curious.
Let me take a quick try at that. And I would just say, what you hear us saying is that, like, if we use natural areas money to purchase the site, it's going to come with a whole set of restrictions. And so my answer to that would be, it would be easier to do something like that if it was owned generally by the city than if it was owned by the Natural Areas Department. Would you agree with that, Katie?
Thanks so much. Right on time. Thank you.
Everyone wish Dina.
Thanks, y'all.
Happy birthday.
But yeah, as long as someone else we sneaky.
Hi, good morning. Okay, mic's on now. Good morning. These questions actually are a great segue to some of the slides I have and the topics that I've been asked to share with you. So my name is Angie, or Angela Milewski. I'm a landscape architect here in Fort Collins. I've been practicing for more than 30 years, and I'm not part of the city staff, but we have, as a firm, done a lot of work over the years for the city of Fort Collins and in the city of Fort Collins. We've designed parks such as Spring Canyon Park, which is near the site. We've also been in the design team for several of the natural areas on the site, so Red Fox Meadows, that's been mentioned today. We are on the team for the Whitewater Park, so we have a lot of experience in how the city approaches these different types of spaces that you're hearing about today. But I also wanted to share with you just how we approach the design of a space. So, Steve, you had a great question of listing uses and setting priorities, and that's exactly what I'd like to talk about. What our process is, in case it helps you inform you as you're making decisions on the suitability of the site for different uses you've been considering. So this is a slide really, this is a kind of a typical design process for a site or a park or in a natural area even. And there's a process that goes all the way from the very beginning to the last step. The fifth step is construction documents. We're not going to get there. We're really want to talk more with you about these first three steps. This initial assessment of the site that we go through, where we look first at the site features itself, the size of the site, what kind of physical characteristics are there, biological features, cultural features, and we that's really an inventory and analysis of the site. And then separately we talk about programming, and these are the uses that may or may not be needed for the site, and we set priorities there. So we talk about these uses, and again, these can be active or passive. They can be large and small. They might be, we've talked about, I've heard trails, habitat areas, event spaces, educational spaces, buildings, parking, stormwater detention. We just try to list all the uses that are being considered for the site and talk about the sizes of those, their specific needs, and which maybe can be overlapped or shared. And maybe which of those uses need to be buffered from other uses. And then the third step are to take those first two and combine them to really take the site analysis, the site mapping, and lay these uses over and develop multiple diagrams. We usually have several concept diagrams where you're pushing and pulling different uses on the site and testing how they fit on the site and what the patterns might be. So just to illustrate that a little bit, this first step is maybe an example of a type of site inventory or analysis that maps the site features to a scale, utility corridors, natural features, setbacks. And then next, we look at the different site programs. What are their sizes? And they don't have to be exact, but you've talked a little bit about acreages of different uses here in these last few weekends. And prioritizing those. What are the priorities for the uses on the site? And then lastly, overlaying those on the site. So just an illustration of what I was sharing on the first slide. These analysis inventory diagrams can have they can look a lot of different ways. They can be very simple or very complex. And again, as you start to look at and think about the Hughes site, you might just think again about those physical features that you've been hearing about and that have been shared with you by the city, any biological features, cultural, but also think about adjacent uses, what's nearby on each of the sides, what kind of transportation connections are nearby, what are the general opportunities with a site like this. What are some of the constraints? Now the size, Peter, you mentioned you walked the site and you were surprised how large it is. It is a large site. It's hard for me. It's 164 acres. It's a quarter of a section, a quarter of a square mile, but it's hard for me to understand and visualize the size of that. So I've got a couple slides here that the city shared too with me just to help kind of provide some comparison for size and scale, and also comparing the Hughes site to some other city natural areas, some other city parks, so you can think about that in context. So first, the natural areas. This is a diagram, the Hughes site. These are all the same scale. So the Hughes site is in the upper left corner. That's your 164 acre site. And you can see in comparison to some of the natural areas in town, they really range in size. Katie's had some good descriptions of those, anywhere from 41 acres on this slide to 674. So, really the Hughes site is maybe on the smaller side of some of these examples. Some of the larger ones, of course, we have are Maxwell and Pine Ridge, and I assume that they were really established to help protect that hogback corridor along the foothills that we have. So those are already two of our largest ones. And just in context to, in relationship, Hughes, Maxwell, and Pine Ridge together, for instance, if it were determined to be designated and restored and managed 100% as a natural area, it would really result in a combined natural area of nearly 1,200 acres in size. So community parks, Dean mentioned, there's really a kind of a program for community parks, a master plan for those in Fort Collins, and generally what sorts of program they might hold. There are largest parks, there are more destination parks for our city. But even the size here, again, same scale, Hughes site next to each of the largest community parks we have, even if only half of Hughes site were developed as a, quote, park, it would still be the second largest community park in our city. It's a large site. These are the same scale, these same existing community parks. The aerial photos help me. I know it may be hard to see on the slide, but the general idea here is that, as Dean was mentioning, many of our community parks, they're not 100% active recreation from edge to edge. They're usually a combination. Some are more active recreational parks, sports parks have ball fields. Some are more passive in nature, and most are a combination of both. So many of our community parks, even at their full size, a good portion of those are natural passive areas, lakes, ponds, trail systems. And as Katie mentioned, a lot of our community parks are immediately adjacent to natural areas, and they share features between the two of them, managed very differently, but they may share trails between the two. And lastly, this is a nice slide that might be just a tool visually, but maybe a tool for you this afternoon as well. Just trying to help visualize how uses of various sizes might overlay and fit on the 164-acre site area. So these are examples of 5-acre bubbles, 10-acre bubbles, 20-acre bubbles. And you can see how you might be able to, as you think through the uses on the site, overlay those, overlap those. And again, these are just some tools that may help you visualize how uses might work on the site, how the site might be divided into different uses, and then how we approach this same situation that you're in as designers, understanding the site characteristics itself, prioritizing the uses based on some criteria, and then putting those two together. I know they mentioned I would take the whole 20 minutes for presentation, but I definitely tried not to, because I would like to answer any question you have or go back to slides if you'd like.
Okay. So since there's a subset of uses that have been discussed here, would you be willing to comment on, like, let's say there was an area set apart for indigenous. I actually don't know if they want to do spiritual ceremonies here because it's a parking lot, but indigenous gatherings and a bike park. And, and I guess there was, and some, I'm trying to think of the list of things we might suggest. And I guess I'm getting at, where would you see buffering happening, and kind of does that end up being like pine trees like there is on the kind of northeast section of the site at this point, or is it berms? And what have you seen work? I don't know. It's kind of a general question.
No, it's a good question. So when you're talking about incompatible uses or less compatible uses, how do you deal with buffering? And I do think it's, again, the benefit here is we have a large site, so there's a lot of room. So I think thinking about those uses, how they can overlap on others, what's appropriate, and if they need buffering from each other, thinking about the size of them, and then either physical buffers or even distance. So sometimes distance is enough buffer, and of course there are other measures, as you mentioned, vegetation, or if needed, berms, structures. So there are lots of ways to approach that, and especially if you have a large site, I think there's a lot of creativity there.
Let's invite anybody who hasn't spoken today to also think of questions, and let's go to Steve.
So the first thing we're doing here is differentiating between a sort of a small natural area or a large community park. Is that what's going on? And what are the differences you talked about? They're managed differently. Can you just talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I think staff had good descriptions of how they manage parks differently from natural areas, and so that's important to think about. I think what I'm trying to share is trying to understand, as you're as a group trying to think about appropriate uses and how they might fit this site. Just trying to share with you the comparisons between the size of this site and the size of other similar type parks and natural areas in Fort Collins. It could be that you see this in believe there could be both. Both could fit on this site in some sense. I think just thinking through as you're beginning to do uses and setting priorities as you did with your last weekend, and then starting to understand how those can fit within the site context, the size of site you have. I think that really is, to me, your next step ahead.
Right, Colin.
There is a corner of this site that is pretty popular with the people that have been presenting to us. How does that get prioritized? Should we decide that one presenter and another presenter can coexist on 165 acres, but everybody wants that piece? How does that get decided?
Yeah, I think that's where you start setting priorities and some criteria for how you'd make that selection. There's no single answer to that. And I think as we work on projects with clients, we're always asking these same questions. What are the priorities? What are the uses that are compatible or less compatible? If they're less compatible, is there enough room or physical reasons to be able to do both with enough buffer? So I think just thinking through that's part of your decision process.
All right, super, Lucy.
To help orient the group on the design flow you had on the slide, is the Civic Assembly at the very beginning before step one in prelim?
Absolutely, at the very beginning. And I guess I'm not even implying that you'll get through even the first step, but I thought it would be helpful to share with you, because you are being asked to think about uses and how, if they're appropriate for this site, and make recommendations. So I thought it would be helpful to share with you how we do that. We think about the site capacity, the potential uses, and then, try to think about how they overlay together. So you may not finish any of those tasks, but I think it might help you as you're working through your requirements this weekend, to think about both the site and the programming together. And these are just tools that we use that might be helpful for your decision making too.
Follow-up.
Yes, a follow-up. Should we be focusing on the design aspects, not considering other implications like location or transportation and other infrastructure around the site when we make our recommendations and we map out how we think everything should fit together?
I think that's up to you, but to me, as I think about uses for this site, if I were being asked, I wouldn't tend to do that in a vacuum. I would think about the areas that are around it, how it fits in the context of the city. What are the transportation access to it? Because to me, as a landscape architect, to me, the use is all about the context. So I think that's up to you. That's what you're being asked to do here, is deciding whether those are important or not. To me, site context is always important. So what would I do? I'm not necessarily being asked to share that opinion. To me, my opinion, I guess, is it's a large site. So when I heard about the Civic Assembly process, in my mind, it can be more than one thing. It's large enough that it feels to me like, unless there's a single idea that you think is to happen here, that is perfectly valid. But if there are more than one priorities and you feel like you need to try to do more than one thing here, I think I'm trying to share is there's a lot of room here for some flexibility there as you're making that decision.
It's really fast. Christine, did you want to ask any follow-up?
Sorry, I kept going back and forth and trying to decide if I was just reiterating everybody else's thoughts. What I'm taking away from this is we don't need to sit down and write a plan for exactly how this is going to be laid out. We're here to determine what the priorities are, what uses we feel like are most compatible, and come up with a general idea of what we want the site to look like. but we don't have to come up with a plan ourselves.
That's my understanding. No, I don't think you're being asked to design the site by any way, in any means. And I'd look back to your facilitators on what you are being asked to do. But again, I'm just sharing tools as you're thinking through this and helping answer some of the questions I heard with the last round. These might be some things to keep in mind as you're asking yourself those questions about the vision for the site and what's compatible and what makes the most sense.
All right, one more minute here. So last one will be Colin G.
Hi. So based on your experience with site design, do you have any examples where a site was originally designed for something that eventually fell out of favor, became undesirable, metrics suggested people did not use it as intended? And if so, how was that corrected midstream, and what did that redesign look like?
Well, I'm old enough and I've been practicing long enough. This is sort of a joke in our office. You know you've really made it when one of your designs is completely being redone and turned into something completely different. So yes, this happens with buildings, with public spaces of all kinds. So I think that's the nature of this type of work. And again, I think there's a lot of flexibility here for putting in place things that can adapt and change again over time as the community's needs change. And I wouldn't be worried about that. I think that's okay. I feel like there's a lot of pressure if you feel like you have to decide the single use for the site for eternity. So I think a lot of spaces within city limits are adaptable and can change over time. And if you can think of things that can set the stage for future needs, I think you've really succeeded.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for being here. Of course. Right. That was the presentation portion of the morning. Now to do a little bit of intro stuff to this next section and how you're collecting the items that are going to form the building blocks of that final report. And Steve, to your question a little bit earlier, yes, this is where things start to maybe become clear. And between today and especially tomorrow, you'll be working through issues they have already discovered or may continue to discover as far as conflicts or tension points or just complications that need to be resolved in some way. So the way that we're organizing this is in 3 categories. Something that we're calling concepts, something we're calling major uses, something called minor elements. And getting a handout around just now that will be a little sheet where you'll be writing these things down as you go through the process the rest of today and tomorrow. Now, this might seem like, I think they're going around. Start around. And now you might feel like, oh gosh, there were some rather complete kind of proposals last weekend. We're breaking these into little bits and looking at them again. Yes, exactly. The way that all of our brains work is not linear, starting from big picture to small picture or anything like that. We're all of us kind of going up and down at all times. So we try to design a process that allows for all of us to kind of go through that back and forth. So these 3 areas are part of concepts, are meant to be high-level ideas, values, or sort of overarching sort of things that might, principles that might govern your thinking about the whole site. Major uses, maybe that's self-explanatory, but these are actual site uses that take up a lot of space or otherwise sort of a big deal. And also activities. I think that came up already. Activities or services, things that are a major sort of component of your eventual recommendation. Whereas minor elements are things that might fit in on the side of a lot of different ideas. Small features, little attributes, things around the edges, little details that are maybe not taking up a ton of space. And we'll offer a few examples of these things as we've kind of imagined them, show you what they look like in terms of the creation of the final report. And then you'll have a few minutes to sort of start to think about some of these. Now, these are probably things that have come up already, but the point here is not just to rehash the same little bits that have been coming up, but for you all to make start to make some decisions, start to filter a little bit. You'll be nominating these concepts, major uses, or minor elements to move forward. If you think that they are very, very important, that they may be things that should reach the final report, and or if they're things that you're seeing a high degree of agreement on. Because the only things that will make it onto this final report are items that have at least 75% agreement of the group. Now, if you have a strong view that you're not sure is held by 75% of the group, that's fine. Still put that on a sheet as a concept or a major use or a minor element. Yeah, it might not get that much support later, but it might get pulled out into a minority report later on. So if you feel really strongly about it, that's a fair enough reason all by itself to nominate it to carry on in the process. You're sort of like, I'm not sure this needs some work, but I see this as a thing that there is really broad agreement on so far, looking at the results from last week and your knowledge in all the small groups. That's a fair reason to nominate something to move forward. This is essentially a process to keep things in the mix. If you don't nominate them as a concept, major use, or minor element, they have no chance whatsoever of making it into the final report. These are the only elements that will make it into the final report. Does that make sense so far? And then I'll say a couple more words about the final report. So, thoughts? Yeah, Colin.
Might be a little embarrassed having to ask this. Do I have to choose a concept, a major use, or a minor element?
Point. So these little sheets are built for any of the three. You just have one in front of you now, but when you go into small groups, there'll be a big stack. So don't worry about writing them now. Just take a few notes. This next period will just be to sort of think. And then in the next small group period, you'll have a whole stack. You'll grab one, say, aha, I'm going to nominate a major use here. Circle major use on the top. And by the way, please only circle one of them for the purposes of the rest of the process. That's helpful. Circle major use on the top and write about it, what it is. You'll also notice on those sheets, on the bottom of the sheet, there's a little box that says specifications, constraints, needs, other details. That's a place to put, I guess what it says, other little details. And we'll have examples of that here in just a second. And maybe is the next slide the final report? Okay, show that. Great. So this is not the final report, but this is the layout of the main content of the final report. It'll be in these three sections. These items that you're creating today and tomorrow will be slotted right in these bullet points. In the little, in a sub bullet point will be anything that is specification or additional detail. And the only items that will end up on the list will be items that 75% of the assembly has agreed, strongly agree, or somewhat agreed, should make it onto the final report. Any other thoughts? Maybe. Yeah, go for it.
So concept seems like a big idea. It would seem like maybe under major uses, there also might be the constraints, needs, and details. Is that not? Oh, okay.
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, this was just a example where we put one little sub bullet, but they might all have sub bullet points. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, 100%. And in fact, maybe the example will make that more clear.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been playing an interior design app game a lot. So this is where the idea came from. But so you're designing a home. Okay, so now let's look at the possible concepts used as an element for what that might look like in that process. So concepts, again, are the very high level ideas, the values, or high level proposals. So in this case, one concept is it's going to be a modern home with an open plan on the main floor, all open space. One of the constraints or specifications, this sub-bullet, will be that I don't want more than 3 primary uses on the main floor of that home. I want it to be bright and airy and welcoming and comfortable. And I want it to be sustainably and locally built. And another specification for that might look like I want it to be affordable. And there will be preference given to businesses that have 4.8 stars or above. So the major uses, again, this is the specific site uses, activities, or services that are going to take place in the area. So in this main floor of my home, I want there to be a kitchen. If there's not stainless steel appliances, I don't want a kitchen. And there will be a dining room, but I want the dining room to be less than 1/3 of the total space. And if it's more than that, then I don't want a dining room. And I want there to be a common seating area. So I want to be clear, these specifications and these constraints, they're important because they might differentiate your idea of a kitchen as opposed to somebody else's idea of a kitchen. And these are the ones that this is important to you. You want to make sure that this is in line with the idea or the element or the use that you're proposing. So minor elements are small features, attributes, and details. The idea is that these will likely fit in any proposal for the house. But they're fairly small. And so for my home, I want to make sure that there's a painting featured by a local artist. I don't want it to be bigger than 3 by 4 feet. I want a bay window, and it has to overlook the garden. Otherwise, I don't want a bay window. And I want my family portraits hung on the walls. Those are the minor elements for my home. So looking at the final report, the structure of the final report, this is what it would look like in this example of home design. So we have the concepts listed at the top with their specifications and or constraints, major uses the same, minor elements the same. Does that make sense? We will also have some time to practice identifying a little bit before we go into small groups.
All right, super. So this is just, we're going to start off as we've often done, a little bit of just sort of quiet thinking time before there's discussion and combination. And then you'll be working in small groups, basically. We'll be doing all of this up until lunchtime pretty much. But first, just take 15 minutes here or so, maybe 12 minutes. And a few minutes of quiet reading to sort of collect your thoughts about what you think you are going to nominate in these 3 stories. And just take a few notes for yourself. Don't rush into sort of creating the thing right now. Just think about the quantity of material that you've had in front of you, and what you think should move forward. Okay.
I haven't
It'll take about 30 more seconds before we get started.
But all over the country.
There's always this former
idea.
Yeah.
Get back to we're different. Now it's thought it was very outdoors. Used to be our babysitter. That's right. And now these days, yeah. That's when the kid did a birthday. Yes.
I didn't get to say hi to you earlier. I was running around doing logistical things. Good to see everybody back. Just a reminder to try and speak into your microphone. I was not modeling good behavior. I need to lean a little closer so you make sure you can hear me on the mic. So same thing. We've gotten some feedback on the video stream that sometimes people are not speaking quite closely enough to the mic. So make sure you do that. So we're going to get started with getting into diving a little more into this concepts, major uses, minor elements thing. So we're going to have you share some of the concepts and major uses and minor elements that have come up for you your quiet reading time this morning, and kind of help practice using those terms and these categories to guide some of the discussions that we're going to have this weekend. So, and then after this, you're going to go into small groups for some small group work where you'll kind of work on refining this a little bit more as we kind of move towards the afternoon. So does anybody want to share some examples of concepts or major uses or minor elements that came up for you during your quiet reflection time? And again, just stand your name tag up here. We'll go with Jacob and then come to Krista.
One thing that came to my attention was the desire for the nearby neighborhoods to remain mostly unaffected by anything happening. So I figured as a minor element, natural buffers via strips of plant and to decrease light and noise pollution for them.
Krista?
Okay, I started with the main concept and I listed these, and they are not in necessarily any order, but I want to know if I'm on the right track or not.
Can you pull your mic a little bit?
Yep, sorry. For concept, promote a space that contributes to the values of the city and highlights 1, scientific integrity and the contributions in conservation. 2, provides honor by recognizing historical decisions. 3, allows access while still maintaining the ecological importance with minimal impact and sustainability at the forefront of all the major uses. And then the last one I listed is demonstrates collaboration amongst the community members. I thought those were all important to provide in like the major, just to represent Fort Collins.
Great, thanks for that.
I think you nailed the concepts, by the way. And we can also, if you have some that you're unsure about, we can use this time to kind of talk through them too. You're going to be moving into small groups and really start nominating items, concepts, uses, and ideas. So we want to make sure that we've got a clear understanding before we move into that. So if you've got something you're unsure about, feel free to share that as well.
Lucy next.
Thank you. One concept I wrote down was to include Indigenous groups during the site development for opportunities to reclaim any artifacts that are found during the development. And it could provide an opportunity for them to acknowledge or bless the land during milestones, such as before, during, or after construction. I thought this aligned with Mr. Ron from the First Peoples Nation's desire to be included in conversations about what happens with the site. And it also tied into some of the supplemental reading we had about how we can include these voices when we're discussing plans for the site.
Thank you. Benjamin next.
So when I think about like the future of the site and what we should prioritize, I really think about maximizing the benefit to our community. And we have like so many different stakeholders, so many people who, so many groups who are asking for something different. I think a good major use that helps a lot meet the needs of a lot of these stakeholders would be a joint cultural and environmental community center that'd be leased to the Bird Conservancy, Rocky Mountain Raptor Program, the First Peoples Community Center, and any other stakeholders that may benefit from this. I think that if this were to be placed anywhere located on the eastern side would make the most sense. That allow usage of the existing utilities. And like we talked about earlier, that is the most damaged area of Hughes. So logically, that would make sense to build there. This idea is compatible with a bike park, recreation trails, and restoration. But I think it's just a good thing to talk about to maximize the benefit to our community.
I'm sorry if I missed this. Would you consider that a concept use or an element?
That'd be a major use.
Awesome. Yeah, that sounds right to me. Thank you.
Colin Arn.
I have a concept circled on this one, but I think I'm kind of piggybacking what Benjamin just said. Not to sound like a broken record, we keep hearing the phrase multi-use, but I think focusing on a multi-use solution that really hones in on the symbiotic relationships between the various applications, the Raptor programs, Nature Center, the Indigenous goals, natural area rehabilitation. It seems like these solutions all have shared priorities. So as a concept, I think focusing on how they can leverage one another and cohabitate this place in a really productive fashion should be something we focus on.
Thanks. Alex?
Thank you. I kind of took one of my idea sheets from our previous weekend and broke it out into a major use and minor element. So the major use, I keep calling it an amphitheater, some sort of meeting area, not necessarily an amphitheater. So that would be the major use, is just a meeting area that everyone can use. But that the minor element of that is that the art or like design or feel for it is created by Indigenous groups to make that meeting area look and feel as if or like it would have back when those groups were meeting in those types of areas.
Thanks. Olive?
Yeah, my I guess I wrote major use as well. So I kind of described it as a high traffic multi-use park. I feel like the city was very helpful in defining the uses between natural areas or park, and I think park serves the purpose of what we have, I guess, generally kind of all presented already. And in it, I'm including developed recreation features, not limited to, but perhaps including bike park, a trail system, a gathering space as a pavilion or amphitheater. And my specifications or constraints are the quadrants or land use. is to be determined by land use experts. I'm kind of basing this off of in the frequently asked questions. There's like a land management kind of quadrant system that they kind of outlined. So I kind of specified this for the eastern half of it, but also I'm not an expert. So in the gathering space, I have it reservable by any member of the public, but earmarked already for Indigenous interest groups. And then just expanding public accessibility through either transit or bike safety infrastructure.
Yeah, thanks. Peter?
Great. So I had two concepts. One, piling on, is multi-use as a value and a concept. And this may be controversial, and I'm probably overstating it, but not a business park. So, but then under major uses, I had two. One is a bike park, and with the addenda or the detail, no lighting. So, and then natural area is another major use, but in the multi-use kind of framework along the western edge, like they talked about. It would be contiguous with Maxwell, which is already a natural area. And it's also the least costly to restore. So
This is great. This is very helpful hearing everybody's examples. Hopefully this is helping you as you'll get into groups and start kind of working through these a little more. We have Mike next.
Thank you. One component I think is going to be important, and I've heard this from many of the presenters last week, is an educational component. One where we can have an opportunity for people to go up there, and there's wonderful opportunity for the Indigenous and the raptor and bird conservatory areas to help educate the community on what they do and how important that is. So I think that should be maybe a guiding principle in looking at some of what we're doing there.
Sorry, Mike, just to clarify, was this a concept or a major use or a minor element or more like
this is the concept. Something could be included in whatever we decide goes there, that we would maybe have some expectations of that.
Great, thank you. I think we have Hadia next, but I just wanted to check in. Olive, okay, great. Yeah,
sorry.
Hadia.
I'm probably reiterating what everybody else said, but this was just one of my ideas for the major use, and I really liked what Alex said, so I would add that in. Just that it should be a combined natural habitat area and wildlife conservation area with a smaller quadrant used for the native people's use. I like that idea with it being like the art. Yeah, that sounds really amazing. I think these are compatible uses for the site where natural restoration of native plants and wildlife would be allowed to flourish. And at the same time, the indigenous people could utilize an area of the site, with probably that being the area that's been most, not as, whatever the word was before that he used, developed, I guess.
Thanks for that. Just a reminder to put your name tent down if you are done. Next up, we have Colin. Colin R.
I have this major use. This nature center that was proposed by Rocky Mountain Raptor Center is something that I think is really important. It says in the whereas clause number 2, quote, educational opportunities and programs provided to people of all ages and backgrounds. That is something that I think, at least for me, is a priority. But in the specifications, constraints, and whatnot, I think it should not be located near any bike park or anything that could excite those precious and very special animals, or the people benefiting from the educational opportunity presented by that center.
Thanks for that, Colin. Next we have Steve, and I think we'll have maybe time for one more after Steve, if somebody wants.
I was looking at a broader approach the concepts, the values. First off would be sustainability, I think, above all, and that it should accommodate wildlife, most uses for most groups of people, and should satisfy the conditions of the legally binding ballot language as well.
Thanks for that, Steve. Hidea, do you have anything else you wanted to share? Your tent is still up. I just wanted to. Yeah. No. We have time for maybe one last example if somebody has one they want to share. Oh, Krista.
Okay, in terms of a minor element, allowing the indigenous peoples to use some of this space, I think it is very important that when we do this in good faith, that we be respectful, and really it defeats the purpose if we then provide a list of must-dos and whatnot. I think if we are doing this, we allow them to use that land with minimal, I think, input from what is expected from non-Indigenous people.
Very cool. Thank you, everyone. Excuse me again. 1 second.
I just wanted to give a special shout out to Krista for sharing a minor element. So we got, I think, that was nice. We got some examples of all three. Oh, Peter maybe had one too. Peter, do you have a quick?
I do, and it's courtesy of Alex. In the very southeast corner, there's a little bit of space on the south side of that access road, and that could be parking.
Awesome. Yeah, well, it sounds like you have a good understanding of what each category is, which is awesome. We have a handout coming for you as well. It has each term and the smaller definitions, high value, level values, high level proposal, small details and attributes, as well as the example that you heard earlier. And that's just for your reference. We're going to be going into small groups, and you will begin nominating items that you would like to see on the final report. So as a reminder, this is what the format is going to look like. One thought is that if you have a concept use or element that has a lot of different factors to it, not always, but sometimes it might be worthwhile to break those into smaller groups because these are going to be voted on. And some people may vote on the one with a lot of ideas, somewhat lower because they don't like one or two aspects of it. If it's something that you're willing to have split up and voted on in different ways, it might find its way into the final report a little bit better. Let's see. So one thing to keep in mind, like Lynn mentioned earlier, is that we're going from brainstorming to nominating, and the questions that we want you to keep in mind when considering what you want to nominate are what are the areas that are important to you that you would like to bring into this next phase, and what are the areas that you think will have broad support either from the assembly or from the community. And let's see.
One thing to add here, you all have the results of the prioritization vote from the first weekend, so you can see a little bit about kind of how people, your fellow delegates, the assembly voted on some of these different ideas that came up in the first weekend. So that may give you some indication of things that could have broader support, but certainly feel free to advocate during the group discussions of things that you think are going to get broad support that would be worthy of nominating, considering.
Yeah, absolutely. That was going to be kind of a starting place to start pulling items, but you're more than welcome to start generating new ones that weren't captured in there. I should also note that there were, I think, 4 of the idea sheets that had drawings on them. So I did my best to represent those in the sheets that you have, but all of the idea sheets are hung up in the back, and the ones with images have a green sticker in the right-hand corner, so you can see them quickly and reference them on your way out if you would like to.
Okay. There we go. Hot mic. So now we're going to break into small groups. We're going to start here with Leighton and go to, I put little markers to Liz. So you five are group one. Group one, if you could go ahead and go with TMF. Oh, TMF, do you know what group you're in?
Group one, going to floor 3.
Third floor.
Third floor. Yeah. Same with group 2.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then Jacob all the way around through Peter to Noah. Give them a minute. Try and manage the.
I'll put your mate down for you.
Don't worry. Sit.
Oh, you're with me? Awesome. I didn't know who was with what. I didn't say. All right, group one, we're going to head out this way.
Question.
Speak it to the mic. Sure. It may just be me, but is the idea to put just a single, and you said there'll be more of these, like 100 more per person?
Not 100 more. Remember, you're trying to go from brainstorming kind of thing to kind of narrowing a little bit the things that would be. So things that you think will get support. But yes, one thing per concept or a major or a minor. Group three is going to go with Jason. Jason is your moderator. You guys are going to go to and group 4. So from India, go with Phil. Phil. Be working into noon and then coming back for lunch.
We can get started.
No.
Yeah. Ramin. Big, not just you. Would you help? Yeah, get everybody seated, please.
Oh, here, Katie.
Clap for Ramin. Thank you, Ramin.
No, not that. I'll tell you what. It's the camp counselor's in here. Hear me clap once.
Okay. Welcome back. It's been a few hours. We've had small groups and then lunch and then more small groups. I hope you had enough movement and enough tasks and conversations to keep you stimulated and engaged. One of the things that is important to us is that, so the quality conversation and deliberation comes out in small groups. And we want to make sure that the important information also gets fed back out to the larger group. And I know you all had a chance to speak to the same people, but you very likely had different conversations and different questions. So we're going to take about 10 minutes and think about something that you heard in those working groups that you think is really important, something that the rest of the group should hear as well. So people are moving forward with the same key core information. And we'll just kind of popcorn out as per usual. Sound good? Anything you heard that you think is important for everybody to know that piece of information? You see a name, I don't see a person. We'll go to Benjamin and then Alex.
Something that I've heard mentioned a couple of times by multiple different experts is that this land is probably not, well, not probably, this land will not rewild itself. It's not just going to fix itself, and that's not how land that has been this impacted will work. I just wanted to say that. I heard it again at the discussion today, and I'd heard it last week as well. The High Plains environmental site assessment, informal site assessment that you guys will be able to see, also explains something similar. It's very hopeful thinking, and I certainly am all for that, but just being realistic, work will have to be done to fix the damage that has already taken place to this land.
Awesome. Thank you. Alex?
Yeah, something I found particularly useful is that there's a really big difference between, say, leasing land to a group and permit to use the land. So big distinctions there, and some of that involves having it accessible by every member of the public and not making it off limits at any particular time. So just worth remembering.
Could you tell us a little bit more about that and what the distinctions are between the two?
Yeah, I might not elaborate on the distinctions. I'd rather have someone from the city do that. But basically, we are talking about a potential permit for the seasonal use. I think it was March to August for indigenous gatherings, and how that would be not standard practice to have something like that. Not impossible, but not standard practice to have a permit that would be that long term, because you wouldn't be able to necessarily say it's for the public, just not right now. It's for this specific group, and that I'm running around in circles here, but basically you can't deny certain members of the public access while giving a specific group access. However, that may be different if you were to say lease the land to, say, a nonprofit, in which my understanding, again, I'd rather the city say this, but my understanding is that if it's a lease with a specific nonprofit, there is some sort of infrastructure to allow that to happen, at which point that particular group may have like their own access where they could prevent other people from using it at certain times.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Let's see. Clayton?
One of the questions I just asked in our breakdown group was, like, peoples, they were talking about like a stewardship garden. But going back to the idea that the land won't rebuild itself, one of the things that the question that I asked was, what about having them steward the entire area? So whatever goes in, be able to come in and actually work with natural plants and everything. And one of the things that representative had said was that there's definitely a lot of work that needs to be done, like buying that, I think, but they would be able to come in and they have like experts that would be able to say like, this plant will grow well in this area, this plant will grow well in this area. We bring in these plants, it'll bring in, you know, these groundhogs that'll help aerate the ground, things like that. And so there's a lot of cooperation that can definitely between these different groups, but I think there can be definite plans that will help restore the entire site. And it doesn't necessarily need a huge question of how it would be done.
Thank you. Colin G.
So I'm admittedly a bit fatigued, so if this comes out mucky, please forgive me. So I kind of initially thought upon the first weekend that we were introduced to the ideas and the parties kind of in a siloed fashion, distinctly partitioned within the agenda. And now that feels more blended now. I feel like some of the groups are just sort of offering collaboration unprovoked. As a recurring theme to me. I feel like they're also offering some natural and innate concessions that they're willing to have without us asking if they are willing to have those, which is, again, sort of just a recurring theme that I'm noticing. And I feel like the conversations today were less of a pitch or selling us an idea and more of a discussion than they might have been the first weekend, and that's just my own observation. I'm not suggesting my group felt that way. Just some thoughts.
Thank you. Peter, go ahead.
And this isn't to let us off the hook, but in the discussion with the city, I was super impressed at their level of expertise and their lack of drama in trying to figure out how to have multiple uses work together. So I was both. I'm always pretty impressed with the City of Fort Collins staff, and it's extra impressed today.
All right, we've got time for one more, I believe. Jacob.
As the city said when they first came up here, they've done mixed use before. They've done it pretty successfully everywhere they've gone without diminishing the quality of any one attraction in those mixed use facilities. So I think it's encouraging.
Awesome. Thank you all. And just a brief note from us, we're always curious about these processes and how they go for you. So when you get your survey at the end of the day, if you've got any feedback for us about those working groups, especially what we can do differently, what we can do better, what you really liked, we would love your feedback. And I'll pass it back to Lynn now.
Okay, cool. Deep breath from me, and just congratulations to all of you for making it through yet another sort of fire hose session of information and discussion. I just want to acknowledge what a tough job this is that you all are putting your all into. Somebody, while you were upstairs, said to us, "This is a tough decision. I don't envy the assembly." So people are feeling for you. And actually, let's just with that, I know we've just taken a break, but let's just, before we kind of transition into the next item, anyone that wants to take a deep breath with me and just a quick stretch and kind of, okay, let's just take a quick stretch and in a moment. Okay, cool. So we're making a little bit of a transition here. And before we do, just one more note kind of about conceptually the difference between the first weekend and the second weekend here. First weekend was all about throwing spaghetti at the wall. There's lots of spaghetti on that wall all over the place. Brainstorm, let's just get things out there in all kinds of different forms. And this weekend is all about picking out the particular pieces of spaghetti that are really important, vital ingredients and putting them into a beautiful artwork. So with that in mind, we're going to do a quick go around the U here, maybe about 1 minute a person or so, and invite you to read out each of the concepts, major uses, or minor elements that you have in your binder, whether they belong to you or whether they were co-drafted with other folks. If you have a bunch and you want to give it to somebody else who maybe doesn't have as many, that's cool. Also, if you'd rather not read them out loud, that's totally cool. Maybe ask a neighbor if they'd be willing, or as a last resort, one of us are very happy to as well.
Do you all want to do the problem child? Sorry. Had like four yeah, but he said we can also.
There's a group here, I think, organizing.
I'm not concerned about weight.
New spaces the whole meeting depends my hilarious. You all agree on, right?
Okay. Sounds like we maybe have some resolution there. So you'll see some mods hanging out around the room here. I think since you're over here, let's start on this side. We'll go person by person. No commentary at this time, just for the sake of getting through everybody and hearing all these ideas just stated as they're written. So just please read them and any of the specifications one by one. Say whether they're a concept or major use minor element first, and then say the description, say the specifications, and then get up as the next person is reading and place them on the wall. Now you will just place them with help from the mods here on the wall wherever you'd like. But as we go around the U here, keep an ear out for ones that may be similar. And when you get up to place them on the wall, place like with like. They don't have to be exactly the same. The idea here is for you to just cluster similar items with similar items so that as you start to work through these tomorrow, you can kind of resolve some of the variations together as a cluster. Questions, Christine?
If new major use ideas or minor elements come up through the rest of this weekend, will they have the opportunity to get considered, or is this like closed after we read these?
Thank you. No, they are still open. If you have a brilliant idea tonight, either a new thing or maybe even better yet, a way to sort of bring a couple things together, please, by all means, feel free to take some of those sheets home. We can always, there's more in the thing over here. That's wonderful. Yes, there will be another opening tomorrow, just a little bit to get the last things in before it closes. Any other thoughts or questions? Yeah, thanks. Even if you hear something that's very similar, still read yours as you've written it, and then just go place it near the other items, and mods can help you figure out where those items might be on the wall. Okay, fair enough. Per, let's start with you.
Okay, for a concept is natural area. The major use would be a natural area restoration. Indigenous people area. Minor elements would be no structures on site, accessibility, minimal parking, bus service, minimal lighting, existing site functions, repair, and no landforms.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And actually, if you could also, if there are items here that have multiple items on them, could we grab some extra sheets here and could you separate those onto separate sheets just so they could be broken out as we continue going on here? All right, Colin, thanks.
This this first one is a concept and it comes from every member of Group 4. It simply says award land to the indigenous. Followed by a major use, bike park. Specifications, it should be located away from the nature center, should we get a nature center, and fit with the natural landscape aesthetically. The following concept is multi-use solutions applying symbiotic relationships between applications. For example, shared priorities between natural area, rehab, nature center, indigenous goals, etc. And finally, major use. The nature center as proposed by Rocky Mountain Raptor Center should not be located near the bike park. As it says in the whereas number 2, quote, educational opportunities and programs.
Awesome, thanks. And Colin, if you can get up and work with the mods to place like with like, and just a reminder, mods, to leave space below each one for that voting sheet that's going to come. All right, Krista.
I already shared my concept and minor elements. Should I repeat those, or should I just go
Sure, yeah, repeat them just so they're in the room.
The main concept was promote a space that contributes to the values of the city and highlights 1, scientific integrity and contributions in conservation. 2, provides honor by recognizing historical decisions. 3, allows access while still maintaining the ecological importance with minimal impact and sustainability at the forefront of all major uses. 4, demonstrates collaboration amongst community members. For major use, number 1, build the Raptor and Wildlife Rehab and Education Center. 2, deliberately designate a section for tribal use. And then 3, absorb remainder into a natural area connectivity or open to whatever. And then my specifications for that was as long as there aren't any conflicts. Minor elements was just in terms of the indigenous land that would be used. Don't, if we're doing this, it defeats the purpose if we give them this land to use as they see fit, and then we have a bunch of restrictions for it. So that's...
Okay, thanks, Krista. Ben.
I have a concept and major use. So for my concept, I kind of already explained it earlier, but I'll say it again. Multiple experts advise that this land will not heal itself. Work will need to be done to help restore it. Simply leaving it as is not a realistic option for rehabilitation. This has been supported by really all the experts that we've heard from this session as well as our last two. For my major use, I said that earlier today as well, but it's the Joint Cultural and Environmental Community Center leased to the Bird Conservancy, Rocky Mountain Raptor Program, and First Peoples Community Center. And then I added the inclusion of any other stakeholders to create a mixed-use space. And then preferably the Environmental Community Center would be located on the eastern side, as we kind of saw from that handout today. Or I'm sorry, no commentary, right?
Yeah, I think hold commentary right
I'll hold
now.
that commentary. But yeah, that's my concept of major use.
Okay, thanks very much. Yeah.
Okay, so for my concept.
And can you bring the mic as close as you can?
For the concept that I have, cooperation and collaboration between several interested groups to have a multi-use wilderness area where natural habitats and birds, raptors can flourish. Inclusion for Native Indigenous people to meet and hold ceremonies either temporarily or permanently. And then for major use is developing that idea. Use site should be a combined natural habitat area and wildlife conservation area with smaller quadrants used for Native Indigenous people's use. These are compatible uses for the site whereby natural restoration of native plants and wildlife can be allowed to flourish, while simultaneously Indigenous people can utilize an area of the site.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I have a concept and a major use. And for the concept, it's creating connectivity between the existing city infrastructure, which would look like transportation, to be able to access those natural areas at Hughes. And our major use is a designation of the portion of the western side of the site as a natural area to allow connection between existing trails for packed activities such as walking, hiking, and biking.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'd like to note that group 3 kind of authored these all together. So all 5 of us are sharing kind of things we all not necessarily agreed on, but thought good to be brought up or voted on.
And all of actually, can I pause you for just a second? Mods, if we can, invite delegates to place these as they see fit in categories here as much as possible. Thanks. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, a minor element would be educational elements throughout the Hughes site. And specifications would be like in a natural area bird program or indigenous area include signages about history, environmental protection, and the like. And another major use is bird conservation. So a building for rehabilitation and other mixed use and functional restoration and preservation of as much habitat as possible.
Okay, thank you. And if
I have 2 minor elements. The first being as ADA accessible as possible, and this refers to things such as transportation and the bus lines and trails which could possibly be accessible to the wheelchair. The second minor element I have is the location of hard or developed structures could be located in the northeast corner to use the existing tree cover.
Okay, thanks very much. And as little discussion as we can have along the wall here as possible, if we could, just for noise. I realize we're doing 2 things at once for time's sake here. That is awkward and maybe not ideal, but do our best here. All right, go ahead.
I think, sorry, one more thing. If we could put the mics like uncomfortably close to your mouths. I'm even having a little bit of a hard time hearing some of you all, so I would very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Group 3 here. I have a concept, a major use, and a minor element. The concept is Indigenous voices are involved in the planning and design for the site. The major use is a portion of the land is designated to the City Parks Department. And the specification on that is it includes gathering space reservable by the general public in collaboration with Indigenous groups. The minor element is art and design input by Indigenous groups.
Awesome, thanks.
Also, group 3, I have 2 minor elements. The first is to include dog waste stations with bags, waste cans, that kind of stuff throughout the site. And the second one is for minimal light pollution.
Let's see, I have 3 concepts. First, they're simple. Multi-use. The second is, again, concept, respect for Indigenous culture. And the third, controversial, not a business park. Then I have 2 major uses. One is bike park, and under constraints, no lighting. Second major area, natural area for a portion, and the constraint or the other detail along the western edge, contiguous with Maxwell Natural Area.
Okay, super. And I've been asked to remind you all to put them with things that are of a similar topic, not necessarily major uses with major uses, but rather things, whether they're elements or uses or concepts, that are just kind of like them in some by topic. Okay, super. Colin.
Here's my run-on sentence for concept. A tasteful and harmonious mixed-use implementation that can maximize opportunities and genuinely attempt to satisfy existing stakeholders and possibly any unidentified stakeholders, with configuration left to the experts and community group leaders. For major uses, I wrote down community gathering space, which includes an Indigenous cutout, bike park, a natural area, whether it's a bridge to existing or not, potentially a portion for wildlife rehabilitation, and a trail system implementation. For elements, including but not limited to sound dampening, light pollution abatement, restrooms, natural barriers, etc.
Colin, are those on separate sheets, those different uses or elements, or are they on one sheet?
Oh, I dumped them all into one. Yeah.
Okay. Can I give you some more to separate them out onto separate sheets? Awesome. All right, go for it.
Concept: Indigenous uses can tie into Conservancy group uses. Other details: permits needed from city for Indigenous uses, for example, an annual powwow. Major use: multi-use park facilities that include multi-mobility features for walking, running, or rolling, a disc golf course, sledding, community park, open space, picnic areas, and connections to trails. Concept: any buildings or facilities or development at the site should be built in a way that blends in with the landscape. Other details: development shouldn't stand out and it should not blight the area. Concept: multi-use park facilities are daylight lit only, with no nighttime lights or nighttime lights that blend into the site. Concept: no off-leash dogs are allowed in site areas that are not designated as dog parks. Concept: a bike park that only takes up a portion of the site use. Other details: it already has community support and interest, and an accompanying city feasibility study.
Okay, thank you. Jacob.
As a minor element, natural buffers via plants and topography to reduce noise and light pollution for nearby residents. Major use, natural area corridor on the western edge between the 2 adjoining natural areas. As another major use, community spaces to hold meetings, events, and ceremonies, fields, pavilions, gardens, specifications, a large amount of space, utilities, and some buffering. As a concept, being such a large space, a mixed use site is likely the best option to ensure the space is representative of its community. And as a final concept, a 5-acre lease available to Native groups for their private use.
Okay, super, thank you. Liz.
Well, everybody's got great ideas that I'm going to try not to duplicate, but I think there's a lot of land there, and I think half of it could be taken over by natural resources and the other half by Parks and Rec, so that it would work great, for the rehabbing the land, but also having the spaces for a multi-use, which is, I think, what we're hearing from everybody. But I would like, and I don't know how to write this, but I would like the indigenous people to be consulted on anything that's done with the land, whether it's under natural resources or Parks and Rec. The other thing is what I learned listening to the indigenous people is the 2 cottonwood trees are very, very important for their ceremonies. So if that section could be held for them, that would be great, because you can't just pop up 2 cotton trees anywhere. So.
Super. And Liz, it sounded like some of those may not be written down. Is that true? Would you like some more sheets?
No,
okay.
it's fine.
Okay. Super. All right. Thanks.
I had as a concept multi-use with priority precedence given to the indigenous community to dictate where and what their use of the area looks like, and giving them real meaningful agency. And as a major use, a cultural education learning center involving raptor program, bird conservancy, indigenous community, and other potential interested parties. And as a minor element, trails connecting to Maxwell and Pine Ridge natural areas.
Right. Thank you. Steve.
I'm not even sure I can read all of my writing. As a concept, to do right by the indigenous people, directly or indirectly, to provide opportunities for the most abundant thriving of wildlife and accommodate the most uses for the most number of people. Invasive grasses unleashing herds of goats. I'm not sure what I'm not sure.
No, fair enough. Would you like more sheets as well to break them apart? Or are you good? Okay.
I had accessibility as a major concept, and other specifications mentioned things like transit lines and ADA accessibility and things like that.
Thanks much.
This is sort of a duplicate of what other people have said, but just as a concept, just first priority going to the indigenous people to select their site and really how much space they need, priority going to other groups, but giving indigenous people first priority.
Super. Thanks. Appreciate that. I know that's was a little tricky, but we've multitasked here, and folks continue to put them on the wall quietly, and I'll hand it back over to Lauren.
Okay. So pretty soon, not right now, we are going to do a vote very similar to what you did last weekend. This is not the final vote, but similar to the first weekend, it will give you an idea of what ideas have support and which don't, and where the general sentiment of the community or the assembly lies. And we will have, I believe, 2 rounds of voting tomorrow as well. So this is not final. And like Lynn said earlier, you'll have time to add ideas and options. And, if you look at these results tomorrow and realize that maybe you did actually want some of these items to split up so they could be voted on independently, you're welcome to do that before the next round of voting. But before we get into that, and Justin will lead you into it, I think this is the time, to sorry, talk. We've got about 20 minutes. It's a not a final vote, but it's an important vote. We're going into our final day tomorrow. And so if you've got really strong opinions about something, this is your case, your time to make your case and to make your pitch before we go into the voting. Because this will eventually turn into, not today, but tomorrow will eventually turn into your first draft final recommendation. So if you feel really strongly about something, if you want to throw something out there for people to consider, if you've been biting your tongue, let's hear it. This is the time for some group discussion. We've got about 15 minutes.
If y'all will oblige me, I'm gonna tell you a short story. On a mountainside in California, my wife and I were mountain biking. She was in front of me because she is an inexperienced rider. And long story short, she zigged when she should have zagged and fell 50 feet down a cliff. I support this bike park because it provides a safe place for people to build their skills so that they don't get a helicopter ride like she did. It's in close proximity to emergency services should an accident happen. It sounds wicked cool. I got them to agree that it will be aesthetically pleasing and not an eyesore. So I'd like to push the case for the bike park for those reasons. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you for sharing, Colin. Olive?
I noticed some of the concepts or elements included building no new structures, but I also wanted to just note that a lot of existing natural areas do have some sort of structure, whether it be, a fit restroom or things like that. So I think whatever we end up, proposing, some structure, with whatever it may be, needs to go on the site. So I think that might just be incompatible with any use of the location.
Jacob?
I'm gonna steal Peter's idea here. I might beat him to it, but he did mention just as maybe a requirement, the middle ground to prevent obstructing the view for these residents nearby. Height limits for the buildings so they don't exceed a certain height and pollute the general view.
Yeah.
I also wanted to back down from my my aggressive no business park. I think that having some structures there, I think certainly having restrooms for changing and for and stuff like that will keep the rest of the area nicer, because things will happen if that isn't available. So, and I do think in one of the discussions with one of the architects who's had some work with the city, seems sensitive to trying to build things into the environment. I guess I'm still concerned a bit about 24/7 access with lights and parking and safety. So I'm not sure how all that resolves, but certainly I think some level of structure to support the use we decide is makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. I would also like to invite any new voices that we haven't really heard from today. I know we just did a roundabout around the U, but I just want to make some space for that. And we still have a few more minutes, 5 more minutes, I believe, 10 more minutes. Keep talking.
We need time to put voting sheets up.
Yeah. Christine.
something that has been important to me in all this is thinking about how this is accessible to the community and we serve as many in the community as possible. So I throw my support behind the Wildlife and Cultural Education Center and all of the opportunities that brings to the area.
Thanks, Christine.
I think that what Christine just highlighted is really important. I come from a very low income background, and my school had absolutely no outdoor education in the slightest. I had outdoor areas near me, but my family was never interested in visiting them. It was only through a separate program that came to my school. This was in Minnesota, it wasn't here, but they brought raptors, they brought owls, and we got to see them. And ever since then, it was like a light bulb moment. Nature has been such an important part of my life because of that experience. And while I do understand certainly a lot of concern about creating a building here, I think there's no way around that would disrupt there not being a building here currently. But I think that we also have to highlight that would provide, and educational programs would provide so much value to our community, to younger residents, of course, but also to anyone who may be interested in nature. So I really think an environmental learning center takes a very small amount of property and can be constructed in a way that can really minimize its impact.
Yeah, thank you. Lucy.
I just wanted to urge everyone to remember the ballot language because that's what we're constrained to drafting our recommendations about, and to also check our biases and the walks of life that we all come from and our experiences and how we've navigated the spaces that we occupy and the different lenses and perspectives we bring. I personally advocate for a portion of the site to be a dedicated bike park, and I'm not a mountain biker and I learned how to bike when I was 12, and you do not want me on a bike. But members of my family either currently are or someday will be because I'm pregnant, likely using that space. Like we heard from other people today, it's important to consider what we've heard from the community now and weigh the resources that we've been given and the feasibility study. We also talked to some planners and designers, and they said there is a way to conform or build a facility that would be minimally obstructive to views in the area, as well as nighttime lights that aren't disruptive. But then I have other mental roadblocks I'm trying to overcome, like if there would be any noise pollution from the birds, because some birds are nocturnal, what that would mean for some of the residents. However, the site is large enough where it could be moved away from people's homes and major roadways. And I think that wildlife restoration and conservation efforts encompass a lot of different uses and purposes as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And we have Jacob.
One thing that I will zealously advocate for is if we are capable of giving a lease to the Raptor Center for up to 30 acres, I believe it was that they were asking for, I believe we can offer a 5-acre lease to our indigenous people somewhere on the property with the option to permit for larger spaces during special events that they can keep under their own stewardship and use that to help educate or tie into Raptor Center and other activities in the park.
Thank you. And Krista.
Right, agreeing with everyone who supports the Raptor facility and the wildlife education / Indigenous Community Center, Cultural Center. I throw my support behind that as well. And the reason, this is the way I see it, really thinking about the last couple days, not literally, but when we met before, and then what I've heard today, I feel like we are all coming at this and deciding how are humans going to use this. I am going to do wildlife. I'm going to bike. I'm going to hike. I'm going to take photos. We are, purely looking at this from really just the human interaction component. And me being me, I believe that the wildlife rehabilitation facility is something that will literally give back to the land. And that, their history of rehabilitating 1,000 raptors over the course of their existence, I'm beyond impressed. And I just feel like, again, looking at it not just from the human lens, but what is it that is going to literally, what else is going to benefit? It will be raptors and the birds that are protected.
Thank you. Kavanaugh, has yours been up for a little bit? Okay.
So I think something that is important to me is whether if it's a bike park or a natural area or just like a park or anything, that there is some kind of educational aspect, like the indigenous community and about the land, just to educate like anyone of any age, just like what the site is and what some maybe environmental things are, like environmental protection, just stuff like that.
Thank you. And Christine?
I just wanted to maybe reiterate what Jacob said. I think there's been a lot of discussion about how a lot of support for giving priority to Indigenous groups. And then I think there's been some discussion about how to make that actually possible. So I don't know if it's an opportunity to lease the land, collaboration with the city to try to figure out how to make that work, to make it feasible for Indigenous groups to access the land. But I think there might need to be some creativity in how we think about a solution for that. So.
And Lucy?
I just wanted to offer that education doesn't need to be structurally defined and linear. It can also be experience or self-exploration through the act of simply being outside. And I invite everyone to please challenge me and talk to me while we're voting or with some of the stuff I'm confused about. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And Olive. Well, I think we'll do Olive and then Colin R. And just a reminder, we're going into the voting in just a couple minutes, which will probably be our last two. If you have any concept uses element sheets still with you, talk to the mods and make sure they're hung up so they can get voted on. But sorry, Olive, go ahead.
Yeah, I am also in favor of finding creative ways to section off a piece of the space for Indigenous peoples. In speaking with the city, they were very creative in, thinking through the idea or concept of a lease, but they also did tell us to be mindful, or I guess issue some mindfulness about civil rights and how you can't necessarily just designate a particular use for a protected class of people. And so in getting creative, it could be leased or something to a particular organization or nonprofit that has to do primarily with that. But it can't be reserved specifically for a protected class.
And Colin R.
I want to acknowledge what Benjamin said about his experience with those birds. I had a similar experience recently where I got to see the golden eagle, the turkey vulture, peregrine, kestrels, beautiful up close. It was magical. It was an experience I will never forget. In a facility that is bursting at its seams, insulation falling from the ceiling, volunteers putting in their hard work to save these just majestic animals. So I want to throw, I know I came out hot and heavy with that bike story, but I want to throw all my weight behind that center. These people deserve that and more, in my opinion.
Thanks so much, everyone. And perfectly timed for us to get prepped for voting. Same as usual, there's a little privacy flap. Think about how you'd like to vote. Pick it up and don't be swayed by the other folks if you can. And please also leave the markers behind as you leave that, or well, we're not leaving after this, I'm sorry. We're going to come back to the U here, and actually I think I'll introduce the thing right after that we're going to do right after this, because folks will finish voting at different points. But first, same voting as usual. You'll see strongly agree, somewhat agree, neutral, or don't know, and disagree. Please vote on everything. And we'll be noting, how many points everything gets tomorrow, so you can sort of see how much support everything has. But just as kind of a preview for tomorrow, the somewhat agree and strongly agree are going to constitute the super majority. Now, with some caveats, because you're going to do a bunch more work tomorrow to try to bring things together, like with like, and resolve some of the differences, even conflicts that are apparent in here. So don't worry about that today. It will be so helpful for you all tomorrow if you have these individual votes on all of this stuff as you try to negotiate and bring these things together. Anything else to say about this, or any questions about the purposes of this? As Lauren mentioned, not the final vote. This, once again, is for your use tomorrow. Okay. And then, do you want to mention what's coming up after this? Oh, I can do it. Yeah, I guess that's actually my section. We break this up and then forget. So after you're done voting, please come back to the U. And does everybody have that piece of paper that has the map on it that you would have gotten at the beginning of the day today? Just a line drawn map of the site. Does everyone have that? And if not, maybe raise your hand. Maud can get you an extra copy. We've got some extras. That's the one. Christine, could you hold that up just so everybody sees it? Yeah, it's this one. So much paper. Totally realized. Looks like Lucy could use one.
Peter took two.
Okay, fantastic. All right, if you don't have one, just see a mod. So we're going to end the day today with a switch. You've been working all throughout today on identifying these individual pieces, the puzzle pieces for the final report. But now we're going to do the switch from the little pieces out to the broad overview again. And this is a moment to just take time and draw or write yourself, knowing what you know about the ideas in the room and the support of various ideas and what you feel most strongly about, to draw or write a holistic sort of overarching vision that might bring together different pieces that you feel are most important. And this we're doing at an individual level. That may seem strange at this stage, but we think it's important for every individual to have individual time, and then for us to bring it together as a group and then to have individual time, etc. So nobody's individual view gets lost in among the group. Both are important. So this will not be, no one's idea will be the end result, almost certainly. But this is an idea to just, a moment to just sort of sketch and be able to think about the whole site and all the different things that might go on it, drawn or written, however you'd like. Tomorrow, you'll revise those a little bit and show them off to the group, just so everyone sort of gets an idea of what people are thinking as far as the total 10,000 foot view of the whole property before you once again dive back into the details tomorrow. Okay, does that make sense after you're done voting? Lucy.
Do we only get one map per person?
We've given you just one, but if you'd like another one, no harm, or if you make a mistake, just let a mod know. But in general, maybe just one idea, because we'll get everyone's in the room in just 20 minutes or something tomorrow.
TMF is your person to flag down if you do need an extra copy. And quick note on the voting, I tallied the votes from the last weekend. Some of the stamps were a little bit hard to distinguish, little edges that I could pretty much tell were a star, but I wasn't positive. So please just make sure to be very clear with the stamp that you're using so we can make sure that the votes are tallied accurately.
Cool. Any other final thoughts? And please start by scattering yourselves around the room so that we sort of use the whole room. Okay, ready, vote. about the map and the overview of the site. Thoughts about how it all pieces together.
So we would, if that commission came about, right. What's the need here? Is it a recreation trail or transportation? What's the difference? And then what's the wildlife impact and the primary species that much? So one thing we've been talking about is like, this is a paved trail generally already land. Oh, this is not option. So I especially natural. We do have a big not restrictions on our primary use. I feel like
Oh, I'm good.
I don't play disc golf, so I don't know.
It's not a master.
Like about where it is. Right. So we kind of, yes, kind of like this.
Pretty soon, so come back to the U when you're done with your voting, please. Thank you.
Was kind of close. I put indigenous.
So. City. So that's something the city doesn't like under city area. Or I know. We don't have to. Oh. I know, but I'm saying. I thought it was. So that way.
Yeah. Guess I can finish that. Go ahead. Want to do it. At least you can. I have to read these because my. I mean, I think in order to be able to do it. Cool though, like everything. It's like in the the making of this. Representatives. Is that the guy? No, the two. So that's my That's who really runs all of this completely. Mayor here, mayor there. Mayor and my. Yeah. So wait, who are they? That's them. Six them? He said, I mean, somebody put out there. So you listed the mayor and then whoever else like the city. No, I just happened to run into it. Yeah.
Right, everyone. Nearly done with the voting. We're gonna have a couple of the usual end of business things. We're gonna hear Katie Knobloch from Colorado State University, and that's about sort of housekeeping thing. But first, I just wanted to take a minute to say, great job, everyone. Accomplished a lot today. This is, I think, a great. Discussions have been really good. I was talking with a delegate as we were coming back down from the working groups this afternoon, and they remarked about how much you guys had accomplished, you are going to accomplish in 4 working days. So I think that's really impressive. Take a minute to just recognize that. And then tomorrow, there's more work to do, but we're getting very. You're going to be getting from these concepts and major uses and minor elements towards a cohesive vision for the future of the. That's what tomorrow is all about, kind of identifying some of these things that may be duplicates or kind of incorporating these different ideas into some kind of cohesive. So a lot to do, but we accomplished a lot today, which is great. So good job. We'll hear from Grace now with a couple of housekeeping things.
Your main housekeeping item except tomorrow is the Colorado Marathon, and it is going to be parking in this area a lot. So the street that runs along here will be closed completely. Want to leave extra time to get here to accommodate the extra traffic and parking. I have emailed you a map that William has provided from the city that shows which lots are available for us to park in, outlined in yellow. So hopefully you've all received that email. But please, take note of that tomorrow.
Want to know any of the parking, feel free to come up.
Was offered to answer questions about parking as needed. Other big thing, it's not a big thing. I just wanted to let you know that there are 2 emails that I sent out today. One has the map. The other one has a link to the live stream and the materials to the. They are there in your box. Just stop by and pick up reimbursement requests if you transportation.
Great, thank you, Grace. All right, and now we're ready for Katie to come up and hand out serve.
Hi again. Katie Knobloch, State Assembly. This is going to be the same everyday survey that we have been doing. Please do remember to put your ticket number on the top so that we can track your responses across your time. And a reminder that we do keep your surveys confidential. We don't hand them directly over to Healthy Democracy. We process them and then tell them what you say so that you are anonymous when we get that feedback. Questions? All right, thanks so much, y'all.
When you're done with your survey, we'll see you in the have a question?
Maps?
Yes, the maps. The voting took a little longer than we anticipated. So we were going to have you kind of share your idea with your
so that there's not quite enough time to do that today. So instead, we're going to have you do that and then share with the whole plenary tomorrow. And there are also a few minutes for you to maybe process a little bit overnight and think about ways you may want to revise the proposal. Our plan is to have everybody be able to share all the way around the group, so not just some people. Everybody will get a chance to share kind of their.